Hello, hello, welcome back. It's Great Ace Attorney time. I forgot about these couple of fools. The undercover detective and the... Hi there, Quizmaster, welcome back. Paying no attention to the man with the turtle on his head, I guess. Never mind, we're starting with him. On the day of the incident, I was ordered a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crap when I suddenly heard a cutter wall from behind me. What the fuck is a cutter wall? I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I find that hard to believe. Ah, it's a Ratatouille situation, I gotcha. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Okay, that's not great for our case, considering they're talking about our defendant. Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime. Ah, crap. What? Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Consul? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. Hold on a second, I need to check on something real fast. Okay, this is something I noticed that I was thinking about. He said that she was clearly stabbed multiple times. However, the not autopsy report, because they don't do that here, post-mortem report, says a single stab wound from behind. Not on top, not from the front, from the back. Which immediately goes against... And also she was laying on her back, but I guess it doesn't necessarily mean that... he was there. Let's see here. No, exactly. Well, I mean, if it goes... the autopsy report said it went deep enough to pierce the heart, but... Or pierce the lung, I should say. Which will kill you after like a minute or two, which is what the post-mortem report said. But regardless, they said, specifically, that they saw her sitting on top of her, on the other woman, and they supposedly saw multiple stabbings, but that's impossible because there's only one wound. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. This fucking asshole.
Oh, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
No, they were saying a knife was the weapon. The pin was just something else that she was holding. A pin's not gonna be much of a murder weapon. Unless you stab it like through the jugular. That's right, the fountain pin.
And if you will kindly examine the pin, Your Excellency. Oh, the owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M.
Okay, hold on. Two things. First of all, why the fuck are my initials doing there? Second of all, this is Japan. Why the fuck would her first name initial actually be second? Or why would her first name and last name initial? Do they do initials there that way? Is it not the other way around for them? Do they not generally use last name, first name in Japan?
The initials of the defendant.
Elevated massages? I've never had a massage. One day.
The fountain pen will be omitted immediately as critical evidence.
Let me see what other names we got here. Yeah, we still haven't actually met anyone else that has those initials, so that's a bit of a problem. But if she was stabbed from behind, how did she grab that pin? Hello, Punisher. So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. The prosecutor owes she up 9 months ago. And none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me.
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please.
Hi, Maya. Welcome. You're just in time for us to get started with a
Cross-examination.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Oh shit, where'd Maya go? Fucking disappeared out into all the ones and zeros.
That's in the binary, son. We never go there. We live in hex code. Much more options. We live outside of the binary.
Blah blah blah, supporters for 7. Actually,
The Fable 2.
Powerful. Alright, just out of curiosity, I want to press this guy. Like, I already know exactly what I'm gonna bring evidence against, but... And that jaunty disguise... Correct.
Wait, no! I mean, it wasn't the first time I've won this swimsuit for the dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those are my orders that day.
Oh, right. Fucking missing now. Oh, God. That just... Hey, first of all, boy, that's a nostalgia hit to the heart. Second, that gives me ideas. And I had not considered that. Yes, watch out for the bugs. They're a little nasty out there sometimes. Let's try to test this.
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is an important part of a detective's job. I submerged myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water.
Like father, like daughter. But there was no need for you to blend into the background of this assignment, really, was there?
If that made you late arriving on the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment. I just had to know. I had to know what he would say for himself.
I just managed to blah, run into the beach hut where I found the pen in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the English dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly.
Here we go. Actually no.
Well, later proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Here we go.
Objection!
Excuse me. Oh, she did the pose. Oh, we love her for it. With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here on this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, counsel? I like to witness the witness to clarify something for me.
Who, what, where, when, how?
This man, I swear. Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
That's me.
In your statement just now, You said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, Counsel.
She has the book still. Love it. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Oh.
In other words, Inspector Hosonogo's testimony is clearly flawed. And so Seki-san,
Me?
you claim to have seen Minbami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did, wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True! Then what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Saseki-san in fact saw was not the moment the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be! Excellent work, Shisato. I mean, Rin. You exploded at them without objection, and then proceeded to pull that apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show.
Yeah, very high-pitched there at the end of that sentence. You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who was only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed.
Sir, it's okay. You don't have to lie in front of us. We can all see the truth. There's no shame in being bald. Oh no, Ace Attorney is... It feels like it gets incredibly dark at times, but even at its darkest, it is incredibly silly. Amazingly silly.
In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What?
Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was that moment, just as she had withdrawn the blade, ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw. Except, A, we don't know that for sure. B, she would have died within minutes, not within moments. Which means, if in fact, that was the moment of her pulling it out after Yakuza Like a Dragon. Oh, absolutely. Yakuza games are silly. I need to play them one day. I haven't played any of them. I have access to so many. One day. Anyways, where was I? Brain. Even if that was the moment she was pulling it out after the first stab, Miss Giselle Brett would still have been alive at that time. Because she died within minutes. Not instant, minutes. Ow. Hurt myself. Where were we? We'll get to that in a moment. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance. What's better. That's not a bad scream.
I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we are back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young Yoko boy. If the student girl is as innocent as you claim, then why would she have borrowed the blade from the victim? And with the demon's cold-blooded composure, too. Because... Everyone? Oh, absolutely everyone. This entire game is nothing but extravagance. There are very few characters that aren't prone to extravagance, and those are the outliers. They're also usually the most terrifying people. Like Strongheart. The prosecution demands an explanation, and it had better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Oh, yes. Going for the jugular.
Huh? What does Father mean by that?
The court, your answer then, counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come with a plausible reason here, or else we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought she would remain conscious for a short while of sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her the time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being a medical research assistant, Minbami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Everyone's being really quiet. Just haha. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem that's the best we can expect of this young girl, Yoko.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify in respect to the slipshod assertion that just put forward by the Yoko Defense Counsel.
Stop calling me a Yoko! Slipshod? Just ha. An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young Yoko hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems.
What?
But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Okay, technically, yeah, removing the blade does make it worse, I'm well aware. Someone stabbed with something, especially a deep wound like that, you remove the wound. Oh, the wound's not closed anymore, now it's open. Now we got a problem. That's why you gotta be very careful with anything ever. Removing a stabbed item, not always the best. We'll admit to that. But it was the only thing I could say at the time that was, not going to get us immediately the guilty verdict.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Fuck. Forensic Medicine Primer. Pulling a blade from the wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Hold on, let me check something. I actually wouldn't call that excessive bleeding. She might have known what she was doing. She might have done it properly. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget, the young student did have a motive for killing the victim.
The man the victim murdered 9 months ago. Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Shit. Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see. Ha! This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows. Why would... Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled a blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have...
Sato,
Yes?
pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Consul, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
Uh-oh. We in trouble. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Shit.
Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. Basic knowledge, blah, blah, yes. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim.
That, I feel, is untrue. Also,
I never examined this. Oh, I can't. It won't let me.
it won't let me examine the pin?
Interesting. Blah, blah. Let's see, huh?
Hi, wristwatch. Welcome. There's no good reason. Is that true? But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Also, wristwatch, don't roll in. Your ankle's fucked up enough as it is. Oh? But irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Oh dear. You have a lot to learn about women.
Curse you, motherfucker.
Only a small-minded man can have such bigoted views.
You mother goddamn it. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. You're breaking Quizmaster's vases, you're fucking up your ankle some more, wristwatch. Stop with the rolling.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? I should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it!
Without thinking? You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean that if you use due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... The blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. To do it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. This is actually Susato-san. She's dressed as a guy because they don't let women into the courtroom. You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Crap, hold on, what have we got? Post-mortem report. You're seeing a lung resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would occur within minutes. Cross-dressing, yes. Transmac, not technically true. I don't have any evidence to disprove any of what they're saying. Which is a bit of an issue.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Mbami-san's nature to do something so awful.
But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant. And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your arguments, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused. I pity the fool. So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please.
Yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Mbami-san.
Hold it!
This is not great for us. Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Mbami-san's talents and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mbami-san's abilities.
Also, yes, the cat smile. Always with the cat smile. We're just gonna focus on this for a bit and forget that a murder happens. This is all we need in life. But now we must leave it.
Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. Quizmaster, cats are always planning a murder. Usually of rats and birds, dust bunnies, cockroaches, grasshoppers. Sometimes their owner, not always. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Chisato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course! But I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. Wait, hold on. You can and must examine it in greater detail, too. That's better. Much lower voice. Yes, this is why we weren't allowed to examine the fountain before. Because it wasn't letting me. Didn't want me to yet. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record? It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? I literally just played the first game. I know what to do. I fucking got this. Come to think of it. Oh yeah, no. Cats with thumbs? We did. The miracle cat boys and cat girls haven't taken over the world yet. Once those get genetically engineered, everyone else is dead. In secret, that's why Wisp is here. He's actually just the frontline recon. Don't tell anyone I said that. No one knows. Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with the A button, whatever that means in this metaphysical context.
Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away. Okay. Let's see what we have. Always. Okay. So, the RM initials. Again, why are my initials here? The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pin in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case.
You know what hurts my throat more than doing voices? Quickly going back and forth between a bunch of them. Alright, well that didn't tell me shit. What is this? Hello? There's some sort of emblem here. Look. But it isn't a UA University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would seem to imply that the pin doesn't, in fact, belong to Ray.
Interesting. Excuse me. Got the hiccups. If we take off the pin's lid... I wish you look at the pinhead.
You call him Pinhead.
It's not really telling me anything. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? There we go. We're just taking this thing apart. Oh. Hello? Well, now this is interesting. This isn't a fountain pen. What the fuck is this? This isn't, or no, maybe it is, and I was not used to how old school fountain pens look. But it's empty. Why is it empty? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Oh, it isn't a regular ass fountain pen. Never mind. Screw me. I'm an idiot. Is something wrong, Father?
Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all.
Oh, yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Not pretty much. That's 100%. There ain't even a stain. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. But does that tell us anything? That's the only evidence we have at the moment, right? Oh, here we go. I can actually turn this around now. Thank goodness. This is the newspaper from Saseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from UA Medical Research Laboratory. That's not ink in that pen, is it? I have a feeling that's not ink in that pen. From UA's medical research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen?
How did you not know that? Okay. It's this morning's paper that Saseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing that is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray? She was managing it?
If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
Wait, I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
So many questions, so many questions. Rockets England returnees tell all. This the interview with you and Sasaki-san, is it, father? It looks as though it's quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck.
That's what happened? I do hope you weren't hurt. Are we gonna mention the fact that the camera looks cracked? Hey, what's the name of our intrepid photographer over there? Hold on, what the fuck was that? Why the fuck is Aoichi's picture here? Why didn't they draw him here? Oh yeah, absolutely, Quizmaster. That's bad. Oh, here we go. Extra, read all about it. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Humane Medical Research Laboratory. That's much better. Following a lecture at Yume by Sasaki Natsume on 11th of August, it came to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed by the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from the poison-laced blade, grew fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The universities would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupil. Prior to death, such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently entirely synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Yo! She wasn't stabbed to death! Of course she wasn't. This fucking bitch. Of course she wasn't stabbed to death. She's a poison connoisseur. And of course, this is very similar to the first trial of the first game, where we thought a man was shot, but in actuality he was poisoned. Yes, exactly, Quizmaster. The wine! Look. Extreme pupil constriction. Absolute dilation. Contraction, not dilation. Other way around. It's always the wine. It's always the wine with this woman in particular. Her. Okay. Alright, so. We have options. Either. Okay, let's go with this. We know that. Okay, no, I was gonna say either this or that, but no, we know she was poisoned because of the contracted eyes. We know that. Constriction, pupil constriction. Contraction. Damn it, no! Sure. Nope, one option does not work out well. But damn it, we know she wasn't poisoned. She wasn't poisoned. Her pupils were constricted. The poison causes contraction. Those are, not only are those not the same thing, those are the opposite of each other. So that's not it. But, here's the thing. The poison was stolen. Yes. I assume if we open up that pen, we'll find the remains of said poison. If we check the wine that was in that hut, we will find the poison. But no one drank of the poison, not yet. She was planning another murder. Whose murder, we don't know. That's not important at the moment. What's important is she was planning to murder. Maybe. Just maybe. Ray did kill Miss Brett. This is an option. This isn't a guarantee. There's a possibility. She killed Miss Brett out of self-defense. Or of someone's defense. Knowing that Miss Brett planned on poisoning somebody. Again, But for now, that's just a theory. Quite literally, a game theory. But no. Okay. Cause heavy bleeding. Want to know? There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull a knife from the victim. They have a motive. What does this new evidence tell us? Okay, so what we've learned with this examining of the evidence is that the fountain pen has a liquid inside of it, has an emblem that doesn't look familiar, and thus most likely does not belong to Ray. We also know about the poison that was stolen. Now that's not relevant yet, but it probably will be. Ray tried to hide the theft. Hold on. Ray tried to hide the theft of the poison from Mr. Mikotoba. Did she steal it? But why would she take it? Did she? No. Wait. Maybe she really is the killer. What if she planned on poisoning Brett? But no, if she was gonna do that, why the knife? Unless she got caught? But we already know that it's most likely not hers. Look at the reason why the defendants. This seems like the most obvious thing. Like the most obvious, what's the word? Get some water while I'm thinking. Most obvious line to try and find some evidence against, but there's no good reason. Pulling a blade could cause heavy bleeding. Blood would prove fatal. Current methods. Also, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death, suggested this toxin entirely synthesis of alkaloids and had been commissioned by the military. And the fountain pen has some liquid in it, has an emblem, and has the initials. That mouse before I accidentally do something. I've already investigated this, there's something new here. Extreme pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. What's the contradiction then? If Ray knew that, the fundamentals, evidence. That's not what's important. Any way to explain why she did it? Cause heavy bleeding. Let me see all the evidence. So, post-mortem report, death is believed to be in terms of the nothing on a single wound was identified. It's just after the incident occurred, the stab wound in the victim's back is clearly visible. Newspaper was discussing the victim quite spirited. Fountain pen bearing the initials RM had an illness and description. There was a very small amount of liquid still inside the inquisitor's bar. Even my father is responsible for the lab knew nothing of the incident. I don't know what to I don't know what's right here. I need to present evidence, I'm sure of that, I just don't know where. What do you want from me? Basically, wants any medical research as an honest. No, no. There's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull a knife out of the victim. Unless the knife was poisoned? Maybe? It's kind of the only thing I can think of. I suppose that's not the... or via a wound from a poison-laced blade. But at that point it would have been too late. Unless...
Objection!
I'm just gonna give it a shot and see what happens. Oh look, she did the hand slam, never mind. Wait, no, I got it right. No. There is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Ha! The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you identified? What if the knife falling on her back was an accident? What if Brett poisoned the knife and it somehow fell in her back? It's here, in this newspaper article. No, because we still have the RM, so... An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Yume University.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case. But...
Prosecutor Arlucci, you will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article. The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. I didn't hear your chum support. Anyways,
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency. Yes, of course. Thank you. I would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... Was it deadly in tiny quantities? I think it's deadly in tiny quantities. Is that the right spot? That's the right spot. Real specific. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mambani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... It was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What? And it's not such a leap. This is complete and utter nonsense. Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the documents. But, well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Why are you talking about weasel farts? What? How did we get on that topic? Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is all at all reliable anyway. Actually, we do. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But indeed, you can claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, Yoko? I did really suspect the stolen poison was involved. If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly!
From your expression, Counsel, it would appear those are not empty words.
It's a false confidence, but it works.
But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value to our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Fountain pen, maybe? I want to say it's just straight up this one. But... is it in the fountain pen? Let's hear. Killings in this case in the poison in the newspaper article? Shit. Because it was... wait. Okay. The reason I suspect it is because it's in the article that it was stolen from the same fucking place that they work. So... between this message.
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence connection to the newspaper?
In truth, I'm not really sure. God damn it, no, I haven't. I know what to say. It's your opinion, Your Excellency.
If it is advice you seek, Counsel, then I suggest that before indiscriminately thrusting evidence under my nose, why not thrust it under the nose of the professor at your side?
You mean you?
Good grief! Thrusting it under my nose isn't going to solve anything here. Let's use our heads. The article in the paper had details of the toxin. Now, where have we seen some of the details? There's no one coming to mind.
Maybe I'm...
If I'm not mistaken, it appears the advice of elders have given you an idea.
But wait. I thought... maybe... am I stupid? Acute contraction of the pupils. Pupil constriction. That's not the same thing, right? That's... I'm just gonna present it anyways and see what happens. There we go. Cool. That's right. I would ask the court to refer the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. They mean the same motion? Damn it. So I was right the first time, wrong the second time, backpedaled to being correct on the third time. Good to know, good to know. For some reason I imagined it differently, but you're right. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death? Well!
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was extreme constriction instead, it's most certainly unusual, yes.
What are you doing, you yokel detective? Telling the truth? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely.
Yes. As a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Archie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. You, yokel student and yokel professor! Bunch of yokels, all of them.
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in the newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know. The toxin was kept in a lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, while I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
Hold on, I'm trying to get a voice for this guy.
No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father, a pitiful situation for a university professor. This voice really hits its P's real hard, doesn't it? The point he's trying to make is positively positive and positively profusely annoying. You should have more control over your students rather than allowing them off on killing sprees, you motherfucker. One person died. We have no proof it was her. Well, okay, we have proof it was her. We have no... It wasn't certain that it was her, so on and so forth. That's totally unfounded. What a positively pompous prosecutor. Fucking goddammit, I can't fucking read. What positively pompous prosecutor? Her tongue. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray?
Mumbai-san, you stand accused here. Honest outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I've been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sasaki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
Proper professor, perfectly proving, properly pointless persuasion. Just give me a bunch of P words. I'm gonna just speak in that voice now. Go nuts, have fun, free reign. I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. We found it. Miss Brett stole it. Put it in the fountain pen. So, I decided I'd try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea. I had a very good idea of who the thief was. Thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut. Wait, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I didn't notice that before. I didn't notice. Curse my blindness. Would you look at that? Oh my goodness. She was stabbed from outside of the hut. And there's your proof. death would have occurred within minutes. Of course, okay. She was sitting there, being confronted by Ray about the poison, but the poison had already been handed off. She was stabbed in the back, possibly to prevent her from telling anyone what happened. I'm lightheaded today for some reason. But she was stabbed, her pupils, she would have been poisoned at that moment. Penguins propelled, positioned, positively preposterous, premium parts, and petroleum. And so she would have been stabbed. Her eyes would have constricted. She would have felt the pain. She would have stood up. I don't know what she would have done at that point, but obviously she would know that she was stabbed, but death would have occurred in minutes. It wasn't instant. So she had time to stand up. She had time to grab the pen. She had time to take a few steps forward. No, not even. She fell basically right there. She stood up, grabbed the pen because she knew who stabbed her. Fell over, was falling unconscious, dying. Might have mentioned something about the poison to Ray, who then tried to take the knife out, as a couple of people came in and saw the ending shit. I know it was you who stole the poison. I don't know. Whatever do you mean? And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes had... Right, no, she didn't need to be told about the poison. No, she just saw the constriction of the eyes. The pupil of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I had been with her. Which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. On the blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought was what spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that in her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. You really should have started with that.
Would have been helpful. Would have been helpful.
But now we need evidence that that's what happened.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what had happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now. Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mimbami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you can explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. It does look that way, but she's fine. Well, you have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim, motivated by a revenge. Objection! But you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? It's your job to prove guilt, not my job to prove innocence, and yet that's Ace Attorney in a nutshell. Oh, I have evidence, and it is very much conclusive. Ah, shit. What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ochi.
Perhaps some praise is due, young yokel student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit the evidence. This evidence. But you've brought this on yourself. Is that not from when she was taking it out? Hold on. That's the same photographer. Wait. Why is the chimp driving a dagger? How is it driving a dagger? What? What are you on about? But yeah, take a look. It's the exact same crack. So, yes, it was absolutely 100% the photographer that killed. Can't say spoilers. No spoilers. Anyways, yes. The photographer. I knew it. Get the name of that photographer. Who are they? What's the name? Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air on that bitch is almost palpable. That was the exact moment where she was pulling out the knife. This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mbami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back. No, that's not true. No! Hey. Also, this isn't like a fucking video. It doesn't say whether it's going in or out. She's already admitted to pulling the knife out. Oof, lightheaded. Water good.
Order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature. What, a guy can't have a high voice? Girl can't have a deep one? I'll show you who's slow to mature. How old are you again? 16. No. Yeah, 16. Same age.
Careful now. Shisato is starting to show her face here. It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof.
No, once again, we don't know if that's up or down.
The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
Oh. I can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve. But he was hesitating. He hesitated to use it. Why? It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Like, why not just start with that one? There's a reason why he didn't start with it. He knows. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph? Hey. That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention. It seems like the most damning evidence, so why hold off on it? Why hesitate to show it? It's because he knows that there's something wrong with it. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Britt's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Except I already know who it is.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. I hate you.
Goodness.
Are we to understand, then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believed it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. Yes, there is a knife in her back, and Ray touched the knife. We already knew that. That's already been established. Thank you very much. Let's go home. But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court.
Again, this is not a video. We don't know what direction that knife is moving at the moment.
If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
These motherfuckers never heard of reasonable doubt. Fuck you. What year is this? I don't remember what year this takes place. It's like early 1900s. Late 1900s? Somewhere in the 1800s, maybe? No.
Sato, it is time for you to fight. If what you have established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Wei withdrew the blade from the victim.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You're all fucking idiots. Look at the goddamn crack, it's so obvious. Ha ha. You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you came against Takatsuchi Auchi in a court of law. God, I don't like your name. Takatsuchi Auchi. Thank you, Japanese lessons, for helping me pronounce that without any trouble. If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, Counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph. And the truth is, I have the answer. So cute. She's adorable. Daughter material. This isn't about whether I can't or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us. Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Do you really believe you could? However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What?
Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mysterious photographer? What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye, as it happens.
Everyone was so shocked by the knife in the back that no one fucking saw anything. Ha! What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably? From the branches of the tree, from a tree or the like. What the fuck? I guess I know photographic prints are new, but what the fuck kind of fucking stupid idiot are you?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Also that, like, exactly. What shadow is white? They're inside. They're not near a window. It's so perfect. There's no depth to that. There's absolutely no depth to it either. It's also just a weird shape for a tree branch. Indoor lighting. Everything about this is just like, it's also incredibly flat. Like, that's not a shadow. And it would look super, especially like over the curtains like that. Sorry, I'm geeking out about lighting for a moment. I know a little bit about lighting. Took a class on it. Actually, no, I will straight up admit, I took 2 semesters? Yeah. 2 semesters worth of classes on materials and lighting in 3D environments. I fucking know when shit looks fucked up. I ain't an expert. I'm certainly not a master. But I know what the fuck I'm talking about 30% of the time. Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Good gracious!
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too. Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree. There wouldn't be any trees growing. Oh, actually, thinking about it, I need to. Yeah, I enjoyed physics a lot. Wasn't practical science? Yeah, physics is interesting. Physics are very interesting, but it's better when I'm like more invested in the situation. But anyways, lighting, like right here, you can see there's an overlighting on her. Like most of the textures in this game are baked in, meaning that the models themselves have the lighting. But I think you can see a little bit of, like there's still a little bit of. Actually, no, I think it's mostly baked in. I'll have to see her move again to be absolutely certain. There's a little bit of rim lighting, godsend, thank goodness. On her, I guess that's her right shoulder. That white light there, that's a rim light from the window behind her. You can also see it on her armband and on her hat. It's just where the light kind of curves, like goes over that curve. It's fun stuff. It's good stuff. Good rim light. Mwah. Beautiful. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside the hut at the beach, Council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. The lighting there is a little bit of lighting on her that's rendered lighting, because you can see that white changing ever so slightly as she moves around. It's very subtle though. It makes it just enough. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely mood. That was high school. This is college stuff. But yeah, you can see a little bit of light. It gives the idea of the fact that it's not just all static. It adds just a touch of helping the movement and such. I don't know what words to properly explain it, because most all the other shading is very static. Like on her outfit, you see like what's baked in, the texture, like underneath the bunching on her shirt there, which I need to study for model making purposes. A bit good, got it. Note to self, because I'm working on stuff myself, and I just remembering things. Okay, anyways. What was I saying? Yeah, you can see the shadow baked in. Same thing on her coat, underneath the button and inside the, like on the inside where it folds over. Those shadows won't move because they're baked onto the model, but they don't need to because they're mostly going to be the same regardless. 6 years of French, all you know is 2 sentences. I took like 4 years of Spanish. I remember a little bit, but I'm getting off topic. I need to get back to the game. The curious matching pattern that appears on both photographic prints is a result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. Although now I'm just doing Japanese lessons on Duolingo every day, so I can speak much more of that than I probably could have Spanish, to be completely honest. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. A sentence like that, that's a very complex sentence. I would not be able to translate that to Japanese. Absolutely not. In short, the 2 photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera. There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one. An 82-day streak? Hold on, let me grab my phone for you. Let me pull up Duolingo real fast. Now, this number, to be fair, a lot of them are going back to an older, like some of them on days when I was like super busy. I didn't necessarily have time to do a full lesson that day, so I'll just go back and do an older one, just to keep my streak alive. But for the most part, there's been at least one new lesson every day of the past 361-day streak. Almost a full year. We're almost there. With only, in this current streak, only 2 streak freezes were used. No, 4. 4 streak freezes used. 5? No, 4. Yeah. Ever since September 30th of last year, ever since then is when I started this current streak. Fun times.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Auchi. Don't pay and do that. It is a good quiz. They're pretty good. You just started 82 days ago? Yeah, I've been doing this for a while. They've also recently added in the ability to... Like, there was a time when it was automatic, but now it's like, oh, it still has the microphone so you can speak the lessons instead of typing them out, which I don't remember when. I think it was a couple months ago. I realized, oh, I put a Japanese keyboard on my phone so that I could type in learn to type in Japanese. Like, hold on. Sorry, we went way off topic, but only for another minute. That's alright. I can do stuff like that on my phone and do some of the lessons that way. Katakana is still the one that messes me up sometimes. Some of them are still weird. Hiragana I've got pretty good. Just don't ask me to write them out. I would not be able to write them out. I haven't studied that part. But yeah, no, it has a thing now where you can speak into it, even in Japanese. And I was like, oh, I love that so much. That one in the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper... Ah! That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime. What is that? Oh. Anyways, C#, C++. The only... I know a little bit of both of those. 1.5 years of computer science classes. We'll put it simply like that. I can do a little bit of coding. And now I'm made of code. So you know what? Life's funny that way. And by that I mean I was always made of code, and I definitely... never mind. Yeah, no. Programming's hard. I see what you will call a raucous English returnee. Alright. How deep do I go in this? God, we are on so many tangents today. Hold on. Okay, so. Long story short. Using Dreamweaver? I don't know what that is, so that's probably not a good sign. Okay, quick aside then. All my life, wanted to make video games. Yeah, whatever, blah, blah. Eventually realized, oh, I kind of want to do more like design stuff, but I didn't know how to articulate that. Ended up in, it's like, college fair. I want to make video games, computer science. I'm like, okay, yeah, sure. 1.5 years of computer science, website development software. I thought I've heard about it before. Maybe I don't remember. Whatever. 1.5 years of that. But at the time I was starting that, my sister had a friend who was dating a guy who ran a game company. But they had like a volunteer system, so I was never officially working for them. I was volunteered. I was doing some programming stuff. I worked on a couple of things that ended up never getting shipped. Android, full AI. No cyborgs here. Full robot. Ignore the fact that all the stories I'm selling are completely counterintuitive to that. What was I saying? Yes, no. Volunteer thing. I actually did a couple of games and worked on some stuff in Unity for a few years that just never got finished. And that's as much quote-unquote professional experience I have in any capacity whatsoever. Where was I? Oh, what are you yelling about? You've already testified. It's Minute Mo. Oh, fuck. What is this name? Mini memo? You know what? That's a good. We're gonna add that to the lore. That's canon now. Someone implanted some memories into me. Were they my creator? Were they not? I actually don't know who my creator was, so we're not gonna worry about it too much. It's mini memo. I tell you, mini memo. What? Me, ni, me, mo. Because in Japanese, the actual character is the E is A because mini memo. What the fuck kind of name is mini memo? He was also wanted to make games. Finally, has a few things. Yeah, no, I haven't touched real programming in a while because, boy, those were not some great years of my life. That is what allowed me to go to PAX East in 2014, though. That was cool. But I haven't really touched programming since then. I very quickly was like, I actually want to do art. I want to do art instead. I want to, which is quite the pivot. Saseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Writing Many Memo. Okay. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Okay. Important note, it's still the RM. I love the music change. Thank you, music change. Arigato. But, yeah, alright, whatever. RM, first name, last name. That's fine. I'll take it. Now that he mentions it. They secretly spy, snapshot, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. You can't see it, but I am in fact making some weird motions alongside him, because it's why not? Could that same reporter be? A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with writing the many memo. Writing. Sorry, writing many memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by many memo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. This man's fun. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistant of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood? Many memo. Dude's a weirdo, right? I'm not wrong, right? Dude's weird. Okay. This might be a good moment. We've been going for an hour and a half. Might be a good moment to rest the vocal cords, get some water, everyone. Take a quick, just 2 minutes, just a quick 2-minute break. That's fine. So I can take a quick rest. We'll come right back to it in just a moment. How's that sound? A quick break, grab some water, grab some snacks. And we'll continue on to the next part. Alright, I'll see y'all in just a minute. Okay, we're back in it. We return. Are we good? We had a quick brief respite. Back into the trial. August 13th, 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature. Fuck. Defendant's Antechamber 3. I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided you should to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. I hope to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence. You stand by me to the last. I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. Got ourselves a masochistic sapphic on our hands. Alright. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pull the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Misato, I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by and always be by your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. No!
I think the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know, you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Oh, Ray. I think we awoken something in her. She definitely had a gay awakening during this whole affair. I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. I just don't know. We'll never know what the fuck happened in this plank wood beach hut without any solid walls. It's made of fucking straw. It's not even plank wood, it's straw. Fucking goddamn idiot. Okay.
A great mystery indeed.
It's not a mystery! You ever realize that you're playing a video game and realize you're straight manning the video game itself? Where's my giant Harrison fan? Where'd it go? Where'd I place that thing? Hold on. Writing that down. I always need more ideas for throwables. Yeah, no, you can fish up sharks in here. It's a good time. Note to self, model a Harrison fan, throw it at Caden and Wisp. And also myself when I eventually get that system myself. I should buy that. I should just get tits. Is what I say every time I take my estrogen and my progesterone. Versus I don't have the marker for it myself. I should. You ever just like know what you're saying as you say it? This way, this way. If you want to do something right, you gotta do it yourself. There you go. Just one. Took too long to do it. It's funny. It's not funny anymore. The time has passed. I still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said is true.
Spoken like a true Mikatoba. Or perhaps a true Naruhodo. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes. Without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagents?
I sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case.
Let me do it. Let me use it immediately, please. Dear Lord, please let me use this immediately. I know what I want to use it on. Please, dear God.
What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the Englishwoman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Sasaki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in, and without any compunction said to Professor Mikatoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sasaki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Sasaki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This Minimemo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. It's because he was there being a freak. He was watching you change. That's a good point. Think about that for a moment. Whoever the fuck took this picture was watching two women in the changing room. We'll just leave that there. We're gonna leave that information there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sasaki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
And he ended up killing her. He's the murderer. Of this, I am 9,099% sure. And he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, we've just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed into the courtroom at once. It's time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Yes, sir. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Ikimashou! Let's go! The only thing about Duolingo when I think about it is like when I try to think speaking in Japanese, it always feels so robotic. Because like, this is not teaching me how to speak in a reasonable manner.
I hereby call this court to order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Membami. Membami.
Yeah, that's right.
Prosecutor Aluchi, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share. I don't like this face you're making.
Oh?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess, with the collaboration of Professor Mikotowa's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Bratt's life. Oh shit. If he's this excited, it can only mean one thing.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the reagent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so we'll be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And, Counsel, what were the results? This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the reagent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake.
Okay. She was poisoned. It just wasn't the knife. Shit. Problem. But the poison was still in her system. The ice thing still happened. Which means, from Ray's standpoint, it would still, like, she was still definitely poisoned. Like, that definitely happened. I'm the pin. 100% the pin. It's just a matter of how. How was she poisoned? It was in the pin, yes, but how and why? In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. I know that would be much more high-pitched, but I have neighbors. I don't know my neighbors. I don't want to annoy my neighbors. And also, I don't want to hurt my throat, and I don't want to sound weird, period. But, you know, I guess that's the life we live. I need someone to teach. Nope. Okay, that felt weird. That felt forced. Now, the prosecution's ready to call the new witness. I mean, but here's the thing. Miss Brett stole the poison. She knows that it's in the pin. It's on the pin. She wouldn't do that.
Ah, the newspaper reporter managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good.
He's going to lie because he's the murderer.
Very well. Officer, bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife. Yes. I mean, it didn't hurt my vocal cords to do it, just because I did it so quickly, but... I just realized a good Halloween costume that I will definitely not make in time for Halloween. That should be Frankenstein's monster. Hold on, I'm writing that down. Sure, there are other options I could do, but all things considered, it's not entirely wrong. I'm sure there are other options I can think of later, but again, none of them are going to get made. It's not happening, but still. But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? There he is. He was here earlier. There was so much that just happened all at once. The licking of the pencil, the emblem on his armband. Nanomachines? Wait, what about nanomachines? Anyways. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. And also, he has an ink spot there on his hand. Hold on, I need to think of a good voice. Right in memo, show your news. Oh, what we would like to call a journo. Uh-huh. A journo. How could the poison into the body through nano? Okay, I gotcha. What's a journo, Father? Do you know? It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm there when the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops out there in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh fuck, he's one nice guy. She's an incel. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Look, anyone who plays these games and does the voices for your main character and doesn't make this pose when this part comes up, they're doing it wrong. Let me readjust real fast. Well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people! Been a memo since there's a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Thank you? How many people are gay in this trial? Readers will laugh this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 points in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, it's Ryotaro Naruto. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's stream for a while. By the way, my name is Takatsuchi Auchi. That's Takatsuchi Auchi. And all those are... Hold on. Takatsuchi Auchi. There's hiragana. The so-called Dark Horse of the Supreme Court, my objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. I'm sorry, were you saying something? No, the readers won't buy that. What? Witness. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you've gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with and fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. This man has energy to spare. That's what I call my hold on. Many-memoism. My many-memoism. I hate this man. I hate your name. Many-memoism? Ah, yes. I remember your face. You met that day when you interviewed my... He was also there at the beginning of this trial when we first met. You can phrase that. That's a mouthful. You can phrase that better? Yeah. Yeah.
We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san.
Yes, right. That was me, Memo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news office after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Ink all over his hand.
It's there. Miss Brett's words. But he uses a pencil. He does not use a pen. He uses a pencil. Why do you have ink all over your hand, sir?
A criminal will have to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen?
It's horse dung.
This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Say your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said on my memo pad. Memo pad.
I hate you. I hate that you're written like this. Memo.
Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's alright. It's all here. Right, here it goes. I should like to go with everyone because he's the one reading this. Wait, no, hold on.
I should like to go.
Because he's now reading in Giselle Brett's voice.
I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast.
A serious criminal going on some junket. Oh, the people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them.
I can't tell if he's performing a magic trick with that pencil or if he just has a bunch of them.
To get the woman's story so I can hammer her in the press. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph.
Many memo mesmerized mastery momentous memos. I was so close I almost had it, but I didn't. Many memo mesmerized mastery momentous memos. Sure, there we go. Second try, we got it.
Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
And you didn't think to have pictures from earlier on.
Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony to the court, before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed at the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
I don't know why I gave him this voice. I think it's just because it fits. He's got an energy to him, and I'm glad I gave him this voice.
The beach show was made of shoddy old reed screen, so there were plenty of gaps I could see inside through.
God, it reminds me of Mommy made me mash my M&M's meat mop. Minimum Mega made mochi mastodons. I should really read these before trying. I should not do a cold read for these, but the cold read's funnier. Cold read's much funnier than if I practiced it in my head first.
The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped up my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Except that doesn't make sense. What you just said doesn't make sense. Hold on. Wait. Let me reiterate what he just said. A vocal practice when you use it when you inquire? God reminds me of Mommy made me mash my M&M's meat mop. Fair enough. What was I saying? Yes, let me reiterate. Okay, what he said was, first of all, that he was peeking in on the women's changing room. Let's not glance past that real fast. Second, more importantly, what he said was thus. He saw her pull out a knife, drag Giselle Brett to the ground, stab her in the back, and then he pulled out his camera, opened the reeds, and took a picture. And in the time where he saw it happen, reacted to it mentally and physically, pulled out the camera, opened the reeds and took the picture, she hadn't fucking moved. But also, she's two-handing that knife. Normally, if you throw someone to the ground and then stab them in the back, you've got one hand on them and one on the knife. That's just gonna be kind of how that physics works. Read screens, you say?
Right. You can see them clearly enough because of that great shot I snapped. There we go, words. The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved, thank you for mentioning it, someone. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Also, once again, I don't need to repeat things, but remember this symbol for the next few seconds.
For the risk one day, we're gonna scoop the next. That's mini-memoism in a nutshell. I'm gonna get real tired of saying that. I already am, actually. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied.
Welcome back, Maya. You missed some shit. Shit happened. Unless you were lurking with audio on, I'm not sure.
Now, this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right. You missed this guy.
It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha! More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. Does that not hurt? Like, seriously? Oh no, he absolutely seems like a lot. Wait till you hear the voice I have from him if you haven't already.
Cross-examination. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, and there are plenty of gaps I could see inside through.
Sitting on a stool in the street. But also, if we look at this photo, it is only one. Hurt a bit? It's fine. The only opening is this one right here. And it's right behind her. 30 seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman. She stabbed her in the back. Burst into flames, quick as a flash, I looked over the camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave one of them. Do you think that he just like full on aims for the nipples when he does this? Is that what gets him off?
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice.
Obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
What you think would make you reflect on what you were doing. Also, how is he doing that and it gets back under the camera? How is he doing that? What's the magic at play?
No, a journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yes, that's spot on!
Did you just make that up? The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph, and jail time. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said. Yeah.
He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, suggest that you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you've no doubt seen done many times before in your role as judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do. Yeah, we're gonna get some... Look at this photograph! Yeah.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman?
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures with the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy.
He's gay. That's the truth. Sorry.
To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh, I'm sorry. Not gay. Ace.
Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. That's not even metamemorism. That's basic journalism. Basic journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so that's all buttoned up. Can we move on? Tell the court, then witness, what sight before your eyes when you looked inside the hut. The sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw him and Bonnie-san entering the hut? Wait, okay, hold on. Let me think about this logistically for a moment. Even ignoring this, if he was here, if he was watching from here or here off to the side, like, if he was watching from behind, he wouldn't have been able to see her come in, right? Right? I'm not crazy, right? And so, because this was blocking the way, this was blocking the way, and she was blocking the way because she was sitting. If he was here or here, then Ray would have seen him, right? I'm not crazy, am I? And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the English woman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. Oh, but the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
Did they call it film back then? It wouldn't have been film back then. That's not film, you have plates. You have like silver plates that you... Like that was the first photograph. Well, actually no. At this point maybe they were using film. I'm not sure. No? Yes. No. Yes. Yes, they've talked about it in the first game. There's film. Throwing the English woman to the floor, she stabbed her in the back. Oh yeah, definitely decaf cocaine. That's the thing, Punisher. I don't know if he has 1,000 pencils or if it's a goddamn magic trick. He just has 2 of them. Or just one really weird one. Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! A precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hella scene play out, from start to finish.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Oh, thank you. You got it. Ah. Aoshi, I hate you. I love you. Thank you for being an idiot. You are helping out the exact thing I was pointing out. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad. Rubber pencil? Yes, rubber pencil. When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then, the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. That is not what you said the first time, and doesn't make sense with the image that we have. What you would describe as a grim crime indeed. Motherfucker, where were you in this image? Hold on, hold the never sugarcoat the truth. That's what Minimemoism says. Give me the damn... Alright, I guess we're looking at this first. Oh, yes. This must be the victim's blood. Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? Having to fight the urge to run into their hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. It's literally the only thing here. Alright. Might as well inspect this while we're here. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Didn't you just heard written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'd all be able to read it. German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Let me use it. Let me combine it. Fuck you. Beach Hut plan has been entered into the court record. Okay. Okay, so, again, here's the problem. If he was here, he would have seen nothing. If he was here, he would have seen nothing. If he was here, he would have been seen as she was coming up. Like, how is this not clear? Am I insane? Am I the only sane person? He had to have been back here, or else she would have seen him on either side. Like, seriously, what? Whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try and prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film? Journalists have to be observers. You can't get involved. That's our raison d'être. Also, no, you can get involved, motherfucker. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? You didn't converse with... oh, right. When you looked at the pin earlier... Oh, man, that's a real familiar symbol on your arm there, buddy. Nah, I mean, I talk to my imagination all the time. Sometimes they provide answers. There's like... Hold on, let me count. Yeah, there's like 6 of them that I talk to regularly. And another one that I see every now and then. But that's a story for another time. Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may.
Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you... Yeah, so I'm not, what's the word? I am not unused to the idea of talking to myself in my imagination. Trust me, it's a common occurrence.
I will grant the defense's request. Menemamosan, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of metamemoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words are meaningless. Properly programmed, everything is fine, there are no glitches in the system, ever. Not a one. It's why I speak fluently, all the time. I never once set foot in the hut, nor spoke with an Englishwoman. I was only there as an observer. You poor, poor dumbass.
Objection!
What was I saying? Water real fast. Water's important. It's a feature that what's going on up in my brain is actually a whole ass council. It ain't just one thing. In this cyber brain, sounds possible. Sounds possible. Minimama-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem to show you news on my arm. Thank you. Thank you, fool. That's a different matter. Multiple NPCs and campaigns is a different matter to whatever's going on over here. To my thing. But that does also happen. Hey, sir, don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Let me pull out the pen. In a way, that's more mini-memorism. Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel? Minimo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Ray Mimbami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.? No! No! Write in Minimamo, R.M. That's horse dung! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of mini-memoism is being a pencil user. Again, ink on your hand. And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung! Minimima-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut? Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyo News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. Stop showing the symbol, you dumb motherfucker. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Huh? And there's no need, anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Oops, oops, oops. Back away, back away. A business of some kind. Yes, we already know. Just press the wrong button. I meant to press that button. Horsey horse dung because this man's spewing nothing but bullshit. As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem, of course, that you will, of course, recognize, Minimama-san.
Goodness me! It's the emblem of the Shoyu News!
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Oh man, that'd be great. It'd be great if that's what was in it. But instead, what is inside, and we can't actually see it because it won't show us, there's actually a little bit of liquid in there. But that ain't liquid ink. Ain't no ink in there, of that I'm certain. Well, Minimama-san, how do you respond? No!
Order, order, order! Explain yourself, witness!
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets? I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter, on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before! When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. As we Minimama say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. If for no other reason than the fact that that's goddamn perjury, and that is a federal offense. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it, yes. Alright, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Saseki Natsume-san. Saseki-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. And brace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one. It's big. What? 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 And this has to do with this situation. What? Minimalism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. I don't know why we would agree to this. Like, we're just gonna compel you to talk. We're the goddamn court, motherfucker. It's called a subpoena. Which actually takes a whole nother trial to get. But also, it's like, if you don't talk, congratulations, that's more goddamn perjury. Well, it's not more perjury, it's just not looking good for you, buddy. Fine for me, though.
Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance.
Why?
Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Saseki-san, hiding something? It's super perjury? I mean, that's already happened. This Ace Attorney is super perjury the game. By everyone except for you. Perjury the game, as well as, oh, here's some extra evidence that I never told anyone about from the prosecution gives up. Like, this game is two things. It's perjury the game, as well as the prosecution going, here's this evidence that absolutely no one knew about until just now, and you weren't allowed to know about it. Defense, and I'm like, what? I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses. I just have so many questions. You were in the hut. If you were in the hut, how did no one else see you? This means you were never in the hut. You were outside the... Okay. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this Spider-Man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why minimalism stand demands I reveal it now. In the rafters. We know he wasn't. You know he was outside. I know he was outside because he said he took the picture from outside. You mean to say the victim? The victim regained consciousness. Oh, well, and when she did, you decided to ask her a question. That's, true, yes. He did. That's not all. Then we give him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. What? Oh, this is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. Reporters claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut? Cross-examination. I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incidents he was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. Minimalism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that's sort of talking as straight as a ruler. Ask every question if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper told me that. And how did Miss Brett answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Whew! That told me. So I waltzed right out of there. Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best. A veteran at the paper taught me that. How did no one see you leave?
Hold it!
I just don't understand. That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any minimalist will tell you that. Let them think you've left, and then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. And though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness. And now you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. Except for the fact that he hid the goddamn photograph! Or at least the person who... I'm sure. Please, do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. I just realized it's a very good thing I only have one of these types of games a week. Because, dear God, it messed me up. So, Pulse.
Hold it!
Does the Seki-san remain behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our other friend here.
was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his hose. Mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know that this is terrifying troubles that taunted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. I love this man. First, Seki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. I love doing his voice. His voice is fun. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now, we come to the crucial part. That's when it happens. That's when this writer hitman here asked the woman this very significant question. What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Oh! Out with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut... Alright, see you later, Maya. Enjoy work. Don't have a bad time. Have a good time. All of a sudden, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierce the air. Up, hydrate and posture check. Will do. That's a good point. Check my posture. Stretch. Oh, I need a chair. I need me a better chair. But Wisp King aren't here to get on to me about it. As far as I'm aware. Terrified for the day when Caden comes to me and says, "Hey, yeah, so I've been watching you play Greatest Attorney." I'll be like, "No!" Fear. Just fear. Or it could be a good thing. I don't know. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. A young girl's panic-stricken cries for help. Wait, that's a good point. Ray was the one crying for help. You know what, never mind. I guess it makes sense that she would, even if she was the killer. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly chopped out of my skin. But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. What? When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. That's true. Quick note. If you're ever on the stand, for whether you're a defendant, witness, anything, whatever, especially as a defendant, only ever answer exactly the question that was asked. And nothing more. Just regardless, you're up on the stand, they ask a question, you answer that question exactly. Provide no extra, nothing else. You're good. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand you to amend your testimony. I will! What a fun man. I asked her, who did this to you? But she never replied. So you tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remain a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Twice. Was it twice? Was it twice in Great Britain? I'm trying to remember.
There was Olive, the woman who was accidentally stabbed by a knife that fell out a window. And then there's... What was the trial after that? After that was Gina, so no, I don't remember. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever! However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese! Oh dear. Sasaki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Having read the report on some Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at the xenophobia. I mean, it's better than the fucking Reaper of the Bailey. Well, the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Iron Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond, in a manner of speaking, I suppose. Just with a trembling finger, and pointed a direction. Hold on. The defendant was this way. She pointed in this direction. Motherfucker was this way. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's not okay. Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Sasaki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, "Who did this to you?" the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength and pointed a trembling finger at the back of the hut. At the back of the hut. At the back of the hut. Oh, whoops. Didn't read that last sentence. Hold on. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. No. Sasaki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? Fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course! The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all. You mean that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear? Yes, that's it. Unclear. Very, very unclear. She was not behind Giselle Brett. She was off to the side. If Giselle pointed behind her, she would not have been pointing at Ray Mimbani. I think that's the evidence we need.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because, as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I hate you. I hate you so much. I am inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. No! That line's right in itself. Dashing lawyers, hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. I do, though. I do know how it happened. Let me speak.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we learnt thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defense antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened in the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet, before collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? God fucking damn it, the reeds that we already know can be moved apart. Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant Yoko student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. Objection! Please, let me object. This is a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's all over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did they stab the victim? Because I'm not going to say he or she. I know how.
Objection!
Objection. So much shaking when I do that. I hope that doesn't sound like absolute garbage. Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh? To what end, Counsel? I probably shouldn't have done that. My microphone's finicky enough as it is. The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gestures. An alternative theory? Ha! None exists. There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed the crime. What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time, by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction! Fantasy! Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I'm prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? It's quite simple. I believe they were right here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. I love that. I love the fear. The fear. I feast upon your fear, Mr. Journo. That word doesn't exactly fit with his voice, is that alright? But you know, that's fine, we'll keep going. But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding in my scoop snap. I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there's no way that they could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Auchi, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it is precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. You're bluffing! You're bluffing, you Yoko! The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene. I've been looking at this thing for 2 fucking hours. 2.5 fucking hours. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from outside the beach hut. Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree.
Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from outside of the hut?
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effect of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No! I can't! I can't see any such thing! Willful ignorance will get you nowhere, Aochi-san. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right-in Minimama-san. It could only have been you.
No! No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assailant was a knife thrower? No, we're to assume that she stood up and walked.
Objection!
No, of course not. We're not? If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Outside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett, or inside, but she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as she knew she was untouchable. A stool! Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would line perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word! So, in fact, the victim was...
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively, but then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant's Mimbani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. How do you react, Minamama-san? By your silence, Minamama-san. I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have attacked admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter. Which means that the defendant, Mimbani-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Oshi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't! It's not about winning or losing. Your job is to find the goddamn truth, motherfucker. Son of a bitch.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final...
I was about to say, there's no way this is over. Something's happening.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak mind and branding them as criminals.
I don't think you have a freedom of speech over there, my dude. Especially not at this time. But we've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in that place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown this poison was administered to the victim as bread. Is that shit, fuck. He's going to claim that the stabbing is not what killed her. Fuck. That's a problem.
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are sure shine that particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed?
Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Fuck.
Shit. How refreshing to hear the arguments of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom and who's back and with who's... That's the whole damn reason we're here. We're here specifically because a woman got stabbed. Okay, fucking goddamn it. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison. Should we not still maybe find out who, had the knife?
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Uh-oh. Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Fuck you, bitch. But... I don't know.
Order. But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body?
There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. You mean she drank it? Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water in a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. Yes, carbonated water. The poison could have been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. Those will make for a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already. Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you forgot. Wait. Did she poison herself? Don't tell me you've already forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, getting that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. We have that much film back in this day and age.
It would seem this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
That's great, that is. I've got a shot at that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life, except for this murder that I definitely committed. And I'm not about to start now, because that's minimalism. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where's this trial going to take us? Bitch! This motherfucker. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. And that's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. What the f... Is that, I'm sorry, I'm suddenly very tired. Or maybe I was already tired. Went to bed real late last night. No, I should probably sleep more. I haven't slept a whole lot this past 2 weeks. Yeah, like the subathon. The subathon was great. The subathon was fine. I was fine after the subathon. It's been every other day that's been a problem. Where was I? This man. Okay, so this man has confessed to the following. Thank you, Punisher. I'm trying not to. Just so much to do. There's so much to do. There's so much to do. Anyways, also when you're driving, doing deliveries downtown all day, that's also real tiring. Do you know how stressful it is to drive downtown for hours at a time? Jesus Christ. Where was I? No. Okay, this man has admitted to the following. Perjury. Peeping. Attempted murder. And he's admitted to all that. Here. On the stand. We have it on record. What the fuck? I just have no words for that, honestly. When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my guilt. If the courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Also, there's fourth. Conspiracy to frame another person in murder, which I don't know exactly how that's a crime, but it's definitely in there. Also, there's a lot of perjury he just admitted to. So, you admit it then, that everything happened as I described. That you're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. Yeah, no, that all sucks. Cutting myself with a deli saw, I don't use the slicer at work. That did almost, I think the other day, someone did cut themselves on the slicer, like a chunk, like just a small bit of skin from their finger, but drop a ladder on you. That doesn't happen too often, dropping stuff. I just almost get into car accidents more often than I would like. In this miserable country of ours, a country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. That's why I did it. And there's no Yayo people here. That's fine. I'd admit our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Although, I mean, I'm an editor and moderator now for the Twitch chat. I'm not a Yayo. I'm the cabin girl. What is with me and tangents today? I just don't stop. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Okay. As someone who spends his life seeing what the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. As it turns out, there's somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. You're implicating Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook. I mean, you're still going to jail. Just not for murder. But for attempted murder. The argument is sound, certainly. If the witness has administered the poison himself, you need only have waited for it to take effect. But also, how would he know, how would he have proof that she poisoned her? Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. And therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. Oh. Oh dear me. You just proved, that it's not. Dear Lord, you're falling to— okay. Clearly, he had nothing to do with the poisoning, because why would he have stabbed her in the back afterwards? Specifically in case we got to this exact moment. And also specifically to frame Ray, when she came in. It's much easier to frame her with the stabbing than with the poisoning. He just didn't expect the poisoning. He stayed behind to make sure she died. That or, I don't know. That or she poisoned herself. One of those two options. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And that friend made so much progress in proving his guilt. Is he going to get away with it now? I think of Kazuma-sama Naruhodo-san. I never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Oh, whoop, shit, there's the final gavel. I'm just kidding, it wasn't across. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I presume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Never say this is the last chance, or the final moment, or the final whatever, blah 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 in any of these trials. It never works. It never pans out.
Hold it!
So, you do admit you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brethren. Ha! A woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of— he's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on Empire soil. And you weren't about to do that? But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So, in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That Englishwoman was a blight. So I had to do what was right. For society. And it rhymed. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. And you don't think she— but here's the thing. Here's the thing. She essentially had the exact same reason as you for trying to kill this woman if she did. It's gonna make me tired. Oops, I'm gonna mispress that. Oh.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim? Obviously. It'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. You do it as a precaution. It's called redundancy. You take measures to make sure shit always works. The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the— technically, you can't prove that either one was what actually killed her. They're both equally guilty, if in fact they were both guilty. I hate everyone in this courtroom except for myself, the father, and Ray herself. So Seki-san's not bad. He's okay.
That's how the law works. You see, Yoko? Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
Two consecutive attempts on her life in the span of minutes. Quite a day for the victim.
Rasputin? That was such a great... Okay, here's the thing about that. I'm still, like, losing my goddamn mind that never came to anything. Like, he was just... It was just a callback? Is that all he was? He was just there to be an interesting character in I mean, I guess so. Sure. Why not? Does he come back to this game? I don't know. It was kind of a thing. He was in the paper and then he showed up in the game, but his story had no importance? Well, no, yes it did. It was important. Yes? No? No, it wasn't. It wasn't important.
But today for the victim. Do something that evil and you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
Rasputin's a good name for him, though. That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
It will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, witness.
Again, oh, excuse me. What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. A student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson. A professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikatoba, no less. Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered.
Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
But yeah, no, up until this point, literally everyone has said that that's not what the argument was about. They said the argument was about stealing the poison. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. I like her. Right? Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all this up. Oh, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Mimbami-san. We are in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly, he's filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Okay, that's not the point I wanted to hold on to. It's not wrong, but it's not what we were going for. I was gonna say a murderer, or at least an attempted murderer, at the very least.
Oh, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison. The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would have been no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave.
It was in the pen!
Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
Oh, that's true.
I pestered Professor Mikatoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, I see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a similarly terrible experience with the deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. What was your poison enemy? I'm trying to remember. God, it's been a while.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government, even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know first thing about it. In English, actually.
Yes. Minimomo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably, then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard?
Dumb motherfucker. If they were talking about Dr. Wilson, he wouldn't have known about the stolen poison. But no. He's a liar. A liar, a thief, and a murderer.
Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. The details are too accurate for to have been written by anyone else. Sorry. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. Look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Well, Minimomo-san?
As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of minimalism. Minimalism. Minimacroism. Minimacarisms. Minimacamassoisms.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Oh, this is going to be the end of him. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. The point is, if you could poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Incorrect. Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless.
No, that's what I call tasty. Make it more spicy. Add it on. Just put as much spice as you can go on, and give it to me. One day I shall try the death nut, and one day I shall try the one chip challenge. I'll probably do it on stream if I do. That's actually not a bad idea. The sriracha's good shit, man. God, I haven't had sriracha. I have fucking hot sauce in my fucking fridge I haven't opened. I keep forgetting it's in there. I should use it. If I make tacos tonight, I have hot sauce already to go on it. Add more. All the hot sauce. Even more. Sorry, I'm thinking about food. I'm hungry. But the faster we get through this, the faster I get the food.
Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Thank you for the hydrate, Nico. Also, Nico, good news. Gideon the Knife came in, and I have the payout stuff for the other things that I'm going to purchase today. I forgot to do it before stream. I'll do it after. Thank you very much for that. Like, legitimately, blowing my fucking mind. I'm very excited to read it. It's literally sitting behind me. I haven't started it yet. I plan to soon. Very excited for that. Something else I was gonna say. Yeah, no, like legit. Some like you looked at my throne and you're like, I'll get these. I'm like, what? Why? No, I'm like, I know I have stuff on the throne, but also just like, what the fuck? Someone actually bought something off it? What? Huh? I don't know how to react to things properly in case it isn't obvious. Where are we? Although, I'm not surprised to learn I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Ooh, we should have it. Yeah, I might talk about it over time as I like here on stream. That or actually, we should have a book. We should have a books section in the Discord. I'll ask Caden and Wisp about it. Books. We have animated stuff. We have games. We don't have books. I'll discuss the possibility. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have only been minutes away from death. Also, I just realized, at this point in time, right? Can someone look up for me at this point in time? Were pencils still being made with lead? Before graphite was a thing? Is he... I was gonna say slowly giving himself lead poisoning. I don't think it's slowly at this point. And yet, this man that proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. If it was the porter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there's one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry? What change? The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishman. Yes, that's it. That's when Minamino-san first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. The key. If the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder. Oh, then yeah, no, he's definitely lead poisoning himself. If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poison... Let me take a look at this. What the fuck? Quizmaster! Thank you! But also, I guess I know what I'm doing on stream, and the moment that gets here, that's happening on stream. Thank you for the one-chip challenge. Oh no. I now fear for my own safety. I'm also kind of excited for that. I've been wanting to eat that for years. When I'm finally at a place where I think I feel comfortable enough to not die if I eat it. But seriously, no, thank you. Oh my god. It's like, oh. Alright, let me check something real fast. Because, oh no. Oh, that's fine. I'm gonna have to tell Caden that happened. She's gonna have a time with that. Anyways, where were we? Damn, Google cut off at B. Oh, paint's not being used in 1978? Alright, hold on. Yeah, no, okay. That'll be fun. Alright, even the smallest amount entering the body. Yeah, thank you. Also, that's really expensive for a single chip. Which is basically the only reason I haven't tried it yet. But anyways, even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade, prove fatal. Current methods cannot detect the newly. Would have been consulted. Impaired breathing. Oh, I know why. Okay, I know why he stabbed her. It's specifically because it was going to, he specifically stabbed her because he was worried that the poison would take too long to kill her, that she would know who poisoned her. So he had to make sure that she couldn't do that. Also just realized that probably got tweeted out, didn't it? That yep, there it is. Oh, that'll be fun. Alright, sorry, still thinking about the one-ship town. If we could think of a plausible explanation, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must first try to glean more information. Oh, my VTuber's all broken. I just noticed. What the fuck happened? We're good. Oh, we're fixed now. Okay. Let me... blah, this, maybe?
Objection!
Okay, good. The music stopped. That means we're good. We did it right. Well, I can think of one reason. What? What? Well, before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told was that it was a terrible toxin. And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membani's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have set the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Minamoto-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Minbami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. Y'all are too generous, by the way. I'm just not going to be thinking about that the rest of the night. At which point, that or you want that, or Quizmaster, you specifically want to see me suffer? In which case, still, I respect that. At which point, Minamama-san overheard some worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, okay, that's not actually the point that I was thinking of, but bit of both, you know what, column A, column B, I will accept that. It's quite an interesting, the moment, yeah. I'll announce when I get that, both on Twitter and in the Discord, so that the very next stream will be the one where I eat the spicy thing, unless Caden comes up with a plan for something else, in which case I might hold off for something else, but right now, plan is immediately. I'm sure I could think of something. Only possible place to come from is my lab. And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs and death. Oh god, I'm just imagining I have to eat it before doing a stream. At the start. Oh no. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. Wait, I must have missed a line. If I was quite, I'm sure the only possible place to come from. Furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison. Okay. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Oh. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. Dear God, before Ace Attorney, I feel like that's the one I shouldn't do, simply because of all the voices I have to do. I'd rather do it before, like, Splatoon. Just so that I have to focus on something a little bit more direct. That'd be more fun, and I don't have to worry about talking as much. There's going to be more of a very obvious physical reaction.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. Mimbami-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right in Minimomo. Before the horror game, I'm not gonna have it in time for Saturday. I could always do it before a different horror game, but I'm not gonna have it in time for Saturday. Ugh. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. And I know you stole it because you stole it using your pen. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen. But what good could that possibly do? Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison caused the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back. Okay, microphone's acting funky. Microphone. Why? Stop doing this to me. I hope that's not coming across too strongly. Hope we're doing alright.
Order, order, order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied with that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... yes! I counter completely! The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Now what? Now what? Bitch. Finally dropped his hat. Pathetic, useless, fallen... Wait, no, what was his voice before? I already lost it. Pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth and on don't need a counter-argument. What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here. In my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. Uh-oh. That's what the Show You News is famous for. The power of the printed word. Surely we're not being this task to steal. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly...
I already have the answer for this. Now who's grasping at straws? The answer is you.
How's that then? Blowing the story wide open? See, I, Wrighton Minimemo, a mere reporter from the Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used to kill. And if that's the case... As you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? Oh, he really is gay as hell. Gay as hell. My point is this. There's one way that you, Minamima-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
I love doing it before I even finish reading. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens now seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy... I was so close. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfound pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup corn, a flop of subtitious ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah! And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word! Can this really be?
Well, Minamoto-san, when you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
What absurdity! That never happened! True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places?
No. I'm a little ashamed to say. For fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pin was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minamima-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pin dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act while the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pin after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using this pin to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pin fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pin was devoid of ink? Also, he already admitted himself. She answered no questions. Like, straight up. What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to...
I'm a gay robot.
We are indeed. We are gay robots here. It's the whole point. It's the whole job. Goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen. No. The pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how your modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps 1,000 times a day? Oh wow, there they are. I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again. It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question, and therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Minamino-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, the poison is entirely a new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memento-san, and all is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No, you can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. This isn't my fault! The Empire trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation. Bound, I took up arms in the form of the mighty pin. I fought tirelessly on behalf. All in the name. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna stop. Shizato, with me. I'm there. Okay, I could not read through that. That was going to break my head. I'm lightheaded enough as it is. Water. Did I do it right? That was a Shizato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a real Tata takedown. The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yeah, that's right. Answer me one thing, Minamoto-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Find out what it was made of and expose it in the article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went into that hut intending to quiz her on this her situation, that's all. As a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom. Creating justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. She just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways. You ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press. It's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. I don't like repeating these phrases. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out, and crawl back into the cave you came from. Harsh. And racist as fuck. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I having I been at the time.
What a terrible tale.
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done. She clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yeah? You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought?
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say. Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. Only possible explanation that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down in between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I did my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore up the article.
You came under pressure from the government, you mean? Ooh, that is breaking some freedom of press shit.
If our government's going to let criminals walk free, and they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Minamama-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brandt.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose. It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense. Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san, Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are generally entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aochi, do you have any final thoughts?
Alright then. But to cut the rest of his hair off. Professor Aochi? Prosecutor Aochi? I, Takasuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. It's because the truth came out, motherfucker. It's not a win or lose. If there is any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Only your... Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. That's not a katana. You can't seppuku. Just cut your hair off and be done with it. For that is the true path to Aochiism. Aochiism? One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. It's fine, he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna hurt himself. All of his pride is... Sprig of my top knot. Sprig of my top knot! The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takasuchi. That was a clean shave. That was really well done. Hosonaga, you need to fucking change. Why were you allowed in the courtroom wearing that? What the fuck? Oh, absolutely, yeah, no. Straight razor? Absolutely not. I will never use a straight razor in my life. Not doing it. Now, in regard to the defendant Raymond Bomi-san. Yes, Your Excellency? I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Woo! Applause all around. We did it, everybody. Victory is ours. Court is adjourned. Right, the moment gives us a save point, we're going to be done for the night. (2:38 p.m. Supreme Court Adjudicature. Defendants enter Chamber 3. It's over. My heart's still pounding in my chest, though. That's all I can do to stay standing. Oh, facial hair is the worst. I forgot that I still had the outfits on. I forgot about that. Oops. I forgot she's the only one I turned off. I'm out of water. Time for my second water bottle. Especially for this game, I definitely have two. Okay, there we go. Anyways, yes. Facial hair. Terrible dysphoria. Lawyers have great responsibility. Such a burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you so much! You were so dashing in there. Ray, and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Thank you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. I would have to say the congratulations belong to you. These bitches be gay. Good for them, good for them. Susato, don't be so standoffish. I'm sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. So no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger.
That's right. I'm a gay robot.
Thank you. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Wow, no, they really are gay as fuck. Or something. Right, I see. I'll think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh, my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. There it is at last. Ray's lovely smile. We get it. You're gay. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Well, thank you. But I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikatoba for now. So, I'll never see him again then? Terrible shame. Oh, shit. Oops. Hi. What is happening? Saseki-san, Inspector Hosonaga. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Chisato Mikatoba. I don't. So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea Mr. Soto-san Esquire's, and you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. You were this close. Astonishingly astounding Ace Attorney! He said the thing! He said the thing! He said the thing. Everyone take a shot of water. He's coughing blood? Yeah, that's normal for him. Don't worry about it. Poor Saseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Saseki-san was free to return to Japan. 100%. That's 100% everyone's thought process here. But also, quick reminder that Susato-san is only 16. But no, that's definitely what was happening with both Rei and Rei-chan, the Mimo guy. Because dude definitely had the hots for Ryutaru. After Naruhodo-san's, Saseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. And I'm a chief inspector of the police who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I'm not sure you should be admitting that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, Inspector. Well, I'm a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though, that didn't help you, did it, Azuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. And the mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Well, we probably will in this game, finally. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Holmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis! How lightly you utter his name! Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes. A best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And it probably has something to do with why he's dead now. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the same time you were born. Yeah.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took on my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand. There are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Just tell me one thing. Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day.
It was a lie. Someone fucking lied to me.
What? Where did this news come from? That's what I'd like to know. Right after the long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? It's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Sasato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't.
Let me go! Minimomo-san. So, one throw wasn't enough for you.
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor, me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on, and that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
A student of law? You must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody in here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, and he died on that steamship. And that'll never...
The judge? Did the Susato take down?
Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
That was interesting.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yushin. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. Oops. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Oops.
Did you know all along? From the start of the trial?
A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take... well... I couldn't let you take the risk. Seishiro there hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father...
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquire, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Saseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps
It could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. Yes, I have to hear. Please, Saseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikatoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. My father? He seemed to be essentially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. Oh, but it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in. Of course, I never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Hold on, what the fuck are they talking about? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. I was thinking about that, I was like, what are you talking about? It's the first. But I don't care! I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says! Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious, unanswered questions. A horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. What? What are you talking about? That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back. That's right, there was a 2-month period of their time in England that we just skipped through. That we just glossed over. That's why I was so confused by him talking about a second case. Being branded a criminal twice because it hadn't happened in the first game. I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Can I have a save? Can I go make dinner? Are we there?
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
I thank you all for embracing my pain with me right now.
Actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
And we will figure out more about that next time. Episode 1 and 4 episodes remaining. Alright, let me save! Yes, please, dear God. Saving. Thank you all so much for joining me for some more Great Ace Attorney and all my bad voices. Thank you for the one ship challenge thing. Quizmaster, I will be. Oh boy, that'll be fun. For the throne, thank you for hanging out for all the joys and all the great chaos of today. Let me see who there is to raid. We've got options. Oh dear lord, we have so many options. So many options. Let's see who we want to rate today. Ooh, Nox is doing art. Cody's playing Phasmophobia. So Cody's got Phasmophobia. Nox is doing art. Madi is doing Genshin. Tara's doing Portal. You know what? Just for the hell of it. And thank you all so much for joining me. For the hell of it, let's go raid. Let's go raid Cody. Let's go raid the broadcast bunch. Why not? I don't see why not. Come up very often. I've raided the others fairly often. Yeah, thank you all so much for me. So, quick note. Saturday, 5 o'clock my time, which is Central Time. Sorry, should have said that. 5 o'clock Central Time on Saturday is going to be Genshin Impact. And then at about 9 o'clock Central Time, at some point we'll take a break, we'll stop for a bit, and we'll go into the Mortuary Assistant for the sub goal that we hit. Mortuary Assistant in the dark at night. It'll hurt a lot, and I'll have like special sound alerts for people to redeem. Scare the absolute piss out of me. That will cost bits, because I'm not fucking stupid. If you're all gonna have a chance to scare me, you're gonna have to pay for it. Thank you. But yes, so that'll be a lot of streaming on Saturday. And then we'll be back next week. So I'll see you all then. Bye, everyone.